Okay, let's do this. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Hi, everyone in chat. Welcome to another Sunday build stream. How is everyone doing? So this will be, I've been wanting to get all these done. So I wanted to cover all the things that came with the LDO kit. And then next week we'll do a different printer. So, hi Jeff, hi Dark Neutrino, hi After Dark, hi Andy, hey Martin, Kilo, hi. Echo 2 Papa, DJ Natty. Hope everyone's doing well. So yeah, so today we're going to hopefully install Klicky, because the kit came with an extra micro switch and extra magnets to support that. And we are going to, although the kit didn't come with all these parts, we're going to install the Stealthburner front fan assembly. I have some preview parts from LDO to support that. So, yeah, Dark Neutrino, the small camera, I don't know what's going on. It's a little choppy, and I don't know how to fix that right now. So hopefully it's not too bad. So, hey Shane, hey Juan, hey Pavel. Jeff, I'm glad they've been helpful. Hey Jim from Canada, hey Tomas. So, I didn't get a whole lot of printing done with this printer over the week. The only thing I got done was I printed one of these guys. I got the file from Colts 3D, and it turned out really well. For the same profile I used to print the LDO Steppy, I haven't tuned it yet, but I think it turned out pretty reasonable. So, DJ Natty, no, it's on 1080 because I don't know how to. It didn't give me an option to do 720. So let's put that over there. Hey, Squirrel Brain. So, what are we going to do first? What else do I need to cover before we get started? The camera setup has changed from last week. Last week I was running on a battery and connected with USB to the computer for the new camera, the Charlie Cam. This week I'm on a dummy battery and connected with a Cam Link HDMI. So we'll see. Hey Charlie from Brazil. The other news, and I'm going to beat you to it, DJ Natty and whoever else. I started putting some of the extra files on GitHub. So, I know, it took me a while, but if we go, let's open a new tab. And let's go to the Voron GitHub. Martin, we did input shaper tuning on this last string. So if we go to the Voron GitHub and come down here to Voron users and go to printer mods. Victor, so that dragon, if you search for articulated dragon on colts3d.com, you can get it. It is a paid file. It costs about $4 US. Now on Voron users, you can search, well, you see the latest commit is mine. But if you go down and search for my name, you can go to my folder. And I have a new spot here. So these are the other things I've done in the past, and I haven't touched this, I mean, you see, in 2 years. The side fan support, filtered mains with Keystone Jack in it for the V2, and then special parts for my 320 build. But I put parts, jigs, and mods up here. And this is super basic right now. It's just to get things out there. So just various mods, parts, and tools and jigs. So if we go into mods, it's the Legacy. I use an Ender 3 bed mount on my Legacy, and that's been asked for. And it's posted in the Legacy Discord channel, but it's good to put it out here. And then parts, so far that 6-pin microfit skirt insert that I use for the input shaping on the other printers is there. And a couple of Wago mounts that are all based on GSL 12 stuff is there. I need to do some formatting on my README, it looks like, so apologies for that. I'll have to fix that. And then the zip tie anchor I use in my builds. It's super basic. I mean, I designed the thing like 2.5 years ago. So, and then I think the only tool and jig I have out here is that little PTFE, the flush cutter that I use. This guy. And all it is to hold the PTFE in place, and you run a razor blade across it to create a nice flush perpendicular end. So yeah, I've got to start. So if I'm missing anything, I tried going through old requests, old comments, trying to find things that have been asked for that aren't readily available. If there's anything that I'm missing, put a comment on this video when it's done. A comment in chat, I may remember it, but a comment on the video after we're done will definitely catch my attention. Oh, I got some face camera issues. I'll try to be better for next stream, unless someone knows exactly what I can change to give it a try. I don't want to sit here and troubleshoot my stream setup if it's tolerable. If it's not tolerable, let me know. Also, are we hearing music? Is it good volume? My wave share 4.3 skirt part. Yeah, I can put that out there. I did some very minor changes to it. The one that's out there done by, here we go. This was I have to search for it. I think it's 4. Oops. Yeah. However you say that. This one here is perfectly serviceable. I just changed it. I closed up, like this spot here, I closed it up because it looked a little odd to me being open. I changed a couple of fillets and stuff for a little bit of printability. Music is there, but it's quiet. Let's just bump it just a little bit. So, it's well done. It fits with the aesthetic, so that's why I use it. Anyway, are we a little better on the music now? Let me go and shut down this printer to make some room for some prep work. Give it a second. What about the Z-belt cover I modified? I haven't tried it yet. As soon as I try it, I'll throw it up there. If it's really low, let me bump it again. The problem, so I've run into a new problem with my setup here with the new computer. As soon as I put in on my AirPods, desktop audio doesn't come through OBS. I have to turn it all the way to max. For it to come through OBS. So I don't know what's going on there. Killer Prince, good one. Add all the R2 parts. That's still, it's making progress. We're making progress on that. We're closer than we were a week ago. Okay, this thing is shut down, so let's get it out of the way. Utilize these. Lift with your legs, not with your back. Okay, hey, I'm not crowded. That printer's big. Hi, Gilas from Austria. Welcome. There's this black hole thing I use to divert the audio to both. Okay, maybe I'll have to look into that. I also have to figure out this. The frame rate on that camera is weird. Where do we got? So we're gonna build a bunch of stuff here in front of me and then put it all on the printer. So we got Klicky parts. And then we have Stealthburner parts. And I don't know who originally made this. Hart K gave me a file here, and I modified it, slim it down a little more, and we're hoping, this hasn't been tested, but I'm hoping this cover will fit. Because we're only doing the fan portion, the fan and toolhead portion of Stealthburner. We're not doing Clockwork 2. And I forgot to print a tool head, so fortunately I already had a Dragon one here, so we're going to use that. Kind of saw how you wired your exhaust fan. I'm pre-wiring the LED on order from LED. Just wanted to know what gauge wire to use on your LED on your Trident. I use 24 gauge for the LEDs. Yeah. Hey, Andrew. So I got some preview parts for Stealthburner from LDO, in that a 5015 fan with a connector already on it, a wiring harness to run through the chains, some LEDs, some sandpaper, and another one of these BMG thumb screws. This isn't necessary, it just came. But I think I showed you the one with the Voron logo. Well, that one has the Voron heart logo. So, we are going to use these bits and pieces, except I cut my own wires for the LEDs because they included wires in this thing that are just black, but they'll end up including colored wires if and when this comes out. So, Kilohertz also added a CW1 front face to adapt the PCB to the Stealthburner post. Yeah, you don't need it though. It makes it look a little nicer. So I'm doing the minimum, the straight up. If you're following along with Stealthburner beta and you wanted to throw this on the front of your existing LGX, Galileo, whatever setup, this is what we're doing. Dimitri from Helsinki, where is that? And welcome to the stream. Speedy, I don't know. And Gilas, I like the LDO kit. It went together really well. And considering that me building this was a preview to provide feedback to improve the kit, I'm pleased with it. Finland's capital, okay. Thank you. Yeah, the frame drops. I got something going on with this camera. I gotta figure out the configuration. So these parts over here, and The kit came with this little bag. This will be in the kits, and it's just a micro switch, and then it came with a bunch of 6x3 magnets for the for both the Nevermore and Klicky. Back down. Yeah, I need to figure out how to drop that frame rate or frame resolution. So let's go to the documentation for Klicky first. So if we go over here, and I've already been kind of given a preview, so here is the site for the Klicky GitHub. And I've already gone into the 1.8 and 2.4, or Trident 1.8 and 2.4 instructions. Hey, Jason. Everyone say hi, Jason. Where can we find filter media for the 2.4? For the Nevermore? Or for the back, the spec exhaust fan? For the spec exhaust fan, I bought some on Amazon. There's a link in the sourcing guides. For Nevermore, I know Fabrico sells some. I think probably DFH. I would look through the different Voron vendors. Okay, let's go through here. We're going to use the gantry mounting option. This guy here, it mounts to the gantry. Lector, okay. A lot of places I think are out of stock. So let's just assume I've got all the parts. I've printed all the parts. Let's get down to the assembly. We're going to put in some heat set inserts, and go from there. Brand new to Voron printers. What is the purpose of the Klicky probe? So the Klicky probe replaces like the Omron or PL08 or 05 inductive probe for measuring the offset from your tool head to the board, to the bed, to the build surface. Those. Is that the only two I have to worry about for this whole thing? I think so. I think so. So just... Oh, where are my glasses? Okay. So, Scott, what is the advantage of the Klicky probe versus an inductive probe? An inductive probe is affected by temperature, it's affected by magnetism, but it's a simple setup, install. The micro switch based magnetic separately docked end stop probes are a more complicated setup, but they are not affected by the magnetism of a bed or environmental temperature. Let me get rid of this spam. Is that the one? Remove. There we go. No, Brian, these micro switches are very repeatable. Extremely repeatable. Okay. We are done with inserts. Charlie, what configs do you print your Voron parts? I don't know what, I mean, I print, maybe we'll go through my Prusa Slicer settings, but it's not necessarily in the config, but more in the tuning, like extrusion multiplier and input shaper and pressure advance, rather than the specific values in your slicer. Seem to be having an issue with belts on the tooth idlers. When I'm moving the X carriage from end to end, the belts move up and down on the tooth idlers. I think that's something not in line. Yeah, I would just check your gantry alignment, check your that. Okay, so do that, and then we need a magnet. A magnet and super glue, and then some, what size are those screws? In 3x20s. Hi, Olivier. Okay, we need magnets. We need super glue. Let's go with this one. And we have a, let's see. Doesn't really matter what orientation this magnet goes. Super glue is getting a little crusty. Just a tiny bit. Here, let's glue both of these at once so I can just press them together to seat that magnet. I think I can do that, right? Yeah. Without any problems. There we go. Okay, in 3x20. Hey, no from Lower Austria. Welcome. Hi from London. Hi, Ian. So the kit is based on the 2.4 R2 revision, which is coming out shortly. It's a minor revision, but one of the most, the biggest changes is taking the MGN12 gantry from Trident. So that's included in the kit. So it's the same, it's basically the same X, Y, and X setup as Trident with an MGN rail instead of 2 MGN9 rails. Okay, back to here. So we're going to mount the probe dock to the back rail of the gantry at some point, and now we're going to assemble the probe. So that's this guy. So this is the probe itself. We already put one magnet in here. But we're going to need a couple of M2 self-tappers. Find them real quick. And we're going to remove the lever on the switch. Where did those pliers? Stuff scattered all over my garage. So we're just going to gently compress that spot. It comes right out. They're watching you, Kilo. The bot's taking their opportunity. Okay. So the position of the switch is important. There is a mark in the printed part to line up the switch itself. And then this should snap right into there. Screw it in, and then we're going to put a bunch of magnets in. So, oops, let's go with this camera. Lock this in place. I gotta figure out this AirPods thing because it's really quiet in here. I didn't realize how much I liked having the background music myself until I didn't have it last week or this week. Hey Mickey from Sweden, hi. Do you have experience with different stepper motors and how much difference there is in LDO, moons, etc.? I don't have any moons experience. I've used E3Ds, I've used LDOs, and I've used some stepper on lines. But you would have to compare for similar specs, and I don't think I've done that. Size, spec, everything. All my steppers are from different manufacturers, mostly for the same for different purposes. Okay. The magnets in here. So it's important to pay attention to the polarity of the magnets for this step. You want Where'd my mouse go? So you want to install the magnets in the way that the ones which are connected to the microswitch, that's these two down here, have the same polarity, and then this third magnet has the opposite polarity. So I'm gonna grab these magnets, and they're going to be all over the place. There's no need for soldering. They're press fit. So a little bit of super glue and then a press fit into here. So I'm gonna stick all of these together as my means of knowing which polarity they are. I'm also going to inspect the bottom of those holes and make sure there's no filament down in the way that'll prevent this from prevent the magnets from inserting all the way. And everything looks okay except for a tiny little spot you probably can't see right there. And I'm going to just try to shave that down. I think that'll be okay. Let's check this while we're here. And everything looks good on that one. How does this? So this is the printed assembly guide. This goes in here when we're ready to, and then this goes in here. And then we can push this in a vise, is what this is for. So you're not pressing against the switch. It forces it to press against these flanges. So we can set those there. And let me get a vise out here. I'll get a better camera angle here in a second if we need it. Just getting things set up. Let's go there. I'm going to work on this piece. And super glue is not necessarily the greatest for this, and epoxy would probably be better. But we'll see how long this lasts. Just a tiny bit. You don't need a lot. And I'm not ready to glue those in. So I think I want to go here. Maybe I'll just do this here and then flip it around, go to the third one, and maybe just close this in here like this, just for this one, because we need to do our wires on the other side. All those are even. They appear to be even. There we go. A little parchment paper to keep the glue from sticking. Yeah. I put very little in there. I don't think that it's a problem. Got that. Got those. Now we're going to do this part, which requires us to get some wire and prep that. So let me find some PTFE wire. I have some scraps. Plenty of scraps. Forgot to ask, how is the general audio quality today? That piece will probably do. That piece will do. Audio is good? Good. Just gonna cut this in half. I'm gonna need these eventually. Charlie is sleeping right now. I'm sure he'll bug me here before too long. How much does it say to strip off? Does it actually tell us? Because I could go by feel here, but I'm curious how much it tells us to strip. Doesn't really say. That's okay. I'll go about, I don't know, a little less than 10 millimeters. Hey Jason, $20, thank you. LDO 2.4 300 first batches will be out around mid-February. Arrival to resellers when shipping gets them there. And 350s are coming 3 to 4 weeks later. It says 10 centimeters. Oh, 10 centimeters of wire. How much do I strip off the end though? I just picked a little bit. Let's see here. So this will go through there, and this will come back. We want to pull this such that, and this PTFE wire is slick. Pull this such that the bare wire is in the spot where the magnet is going to press in. So that should work. Whatever. And I'm just bending these flat to kind of help hold them in place. But you see there, the bare wires are what the magnets are going to press into here. So we can put this thing in our little jig. A little bit of super glue, and then press these together. Yeah. Mehmet John. Okay, thank you. 3 little dots. Woo! Try to push straight. Okay. There we go. Those went together nicely. Hi, John. Just joined the stream. What's on the agenda for tonight? We're going to install Klicky and the Stealthburner fan setup on the LDO kit. And that'll finish off, for now, we'll work on the LDO kit. Jason, another $20. Thank you. Do you want LDO to add Revo Voron? Oh, it's not letting me scroll. Why can't... Oh, there we go. It wouldn't let me scroll up. It went off screen. So the question for the group then is, do you want Revo Voron added to the LDO kit, or do you want to do it by yourself? Currently, we don't have a hot end in the kit and give the choice to the customer. Type yes if you want. So do I get... I can put my input in, right? There we go. Yeah. From personal experience, because I have some, I liked the Revo. I'm anxious for there to be options for abrasive filaments to come out, because I do like to print some carbon fiber stuff and some glow-in-the-dark stuff. So I won't be able to switch all my stuff over to Revos, but I will be doing some. Okay, so this is nice and even. So we want to make sure that that one of the magnets isn't causing it to be angled. So when it's pressed together, that gap should be even all around, and it is. So, where are we at? Now we can do some continuity testing and make sure this thing works. I mean, now that we've glued it all together. I'm gonna grab these guys. Strip a little bit at the end. And these are normally closed switches, so we should get just keeps me from having to hold the probes on there. So these are normally closed switches, so we should get a continuity as soon as we put this on here, right? Oops, put it on the right way. There we go. And then, well, let's take it out of here. And press the switch, turns off. So we are good. Hopefully that wasn't too bad on the ears. Okay, we're done with those. We can go up there. And then we can set up then we can set it up on the printer. So now we're going to pause. We're going to pause on the Klicky setup. Put these parts off to the side. So that goes there. That goes there. And that's basically our Klicky setup right now. Let's set that aside and switch gears to preparing our Stealthburner stuff. All the printed parts. Now I didn't have to do inserts on here because this is a recycled part from another printer, so we could do this today because I forgot to print one of these in the Polymaker Gray. This. Where do we want to start? Let's start with the LED harness. So we have some RGBW. What are these 10mm body LEDs? I pre-cut some lengths of, I'm just using 28 gauge silicone wire I got off Amazon. I'm told that when this comes out from LDO, it came with just black wire. It'll come with red, yellow, and black. Speedy, it's KVP Little Spot Green is what I have. Good morning, G Funny Money. So this wire would have been fine for the LEDs. It would just be much harder to keep track of when you're wiring it, and much easier to make a mistake. So I'm not going to use that. I will use the rest of the harness though, and see what we can do about getting this routed through the chains. So I have 3 different lengths of wire here. The first one we're going to go with is the longest. It's about 125 millimeters long, and this goes from a microfit connector, and let's just switch to this camera. We're going to go from a microfit connector to the first LED. Break these apart. Gills are the parts for Stealthburner included in the LDO kit? Not as of right now. What ties this into the stream today, adding extras for the LDO 2.4 kit, is LDO sent me some test parts. A fan with connector already on it, the LEDs, the wiring harness. So this is more feedback, generating more feedback for eventual inclusion, I think. Breckle, greetings from Amsterdam. Hello. Thank you and Charlie for fun and inspiration. Thanks for the awesome kits from Jason. Just received a V0.1. Yeah, it's a fun build. I've done 4 of them. Okay. These LEDs, and I'm gonna definitely need my glasses this time. Let's see if we can see. Can you see that? They have direction arrows. So you have the inside and the outside. You have 5 volts, positive 5 volts on one side and ground on the other. And then the data pin is the middle. It's critical to get this order right and to not mix those up. So I am going to solder these all the same way. We'll see if we can get some. And I think I'm going to put this in here. I'll try to get a better angle here in a second. I'm going to go, so the in is on the bottom here. So we're going to go in, and then we're going to go out to the next LED. So we're going to start with the in, which is from our longest wires from the, that will come from the microbit connector. So I'm just going to strip a tiny little bit on each of these. You don't need a lot of exposed wire. And while I'm here, and I have the strippers in my hand, I am going to strip the rest of these wires. I did the same process on the Stealthburner stream at the end of November, right after it was announced. So hopefully just a little bit of last set. A-Bowl 724. This is a Pana vise. It's a handy little benchtop vise. Oops, I want to keep those separate because those are shorter. Okay, so all of these are there. Put this off to the side still because we got another operation I want to kind of do all at once. That is, get all my soldering stuff out. Where did my little helping hands go for soldering? Here they are. Da Lebercus Pepe from Austria. Hello. Shop-related question, what are you using for garage door insulation? That is some Corning garage door insulation kit. I think it came from Corning Insulation, whatever that company name is, the one with the Pink Panther. Joseph, there's a few vendors that are starting to come out with pre-soldered LED kits for these. Let me switch my tip out on the iron. Raise the temperature. You got back problems today? You're observant, DJ Natty. I spent all day yesterday working on a new workbench that's going to go back here. It's 3 feet wide, about 2 feet deep, and yeah, it's got me a little sore. Okay, let's go through and solder. I'm just going to, here, let's see. There we go. I'm just going to grab these as a bundle. We're tinning the ends of the wire. Those. Here we go. There we go. And get caught up on chat. Yeah, I could use a massage for sure. Hey, Paul. Okay. Now, let's get back to this guy, and we're going to take our longest wires here, somewhere around 125 millimeters or so. And I'm going to tin the pads on the LED now. I wonder how I'm getting any kind of focus here. Oh, I turned my iron off. I got muscle memory of turning my iron off in between operations, and I forgot to turn it back on. Okay. Just enough solder. You don't need to hold the soldering iron on there long. I don't know if you can see. Is that focusing okay? No. Stupid camera. Anyway, I'll show it to you in a second. I'm going to start with 5 volt. The data. And ground. And a nice shiny, here, let's, there we go. Shiny, good fillets on the solder. Yep, those are good joints. Now we're going to take the next longest wires, which are about 100 millimeter. Make sure I got those. And we're going to go to the out. And you want to make sure you don't grab the iron by the hot end on accident. Luckily that was very quick, so I didn't get burned. Go. Data. And ground. There we go. Give a quick look. So both of those are coming out in the same direction. This is going to go into the LED holder in the diffuser. Preferring the, oh, there's a busy desk. So, okay, next LED, we're going to do the same orientation. I do these all the same orientation, just make it easy. Yeah. Focus, you fack. Did it work? No. I don't have the touch. let's tin the pads first. Is this any good at all? I should set up a fixed focus on this. Just turn autofocus off. So now we take the outside of this LED and solder to the in on the next one. And then the shortest wires, which are about 85 to 100 millimeters. It's not really important because there's lots of room to put extra wire in the Stealthburner housing. I gotta turn this. There we go. I'm not getting good angles on this. Trying to keep the camera angles good. And then last LED, same orientation. Tin the pads. And the same thing. Oh, I didn't have to tin those other pads, but whatever. Didn't have to tin the out. And last one. There. Okay. So, uh-oh. My other camera locked up. Let's see if I can get it back. Give me just a second. Can you guys can still hear me? At least this one. Give me a second. What is going on? Yeah, good. As long as I can keep the camera the microphone's hooked up to working. There we are. Okay. So this is our harness as it is. We've got the short length. All of our solder joints are good. There we go. So, I don't know why. So that camera has consistently locked up on streams, and I don't know what's causing that. So with this, I'm going to leave this connector off until we're closer to putting this on the printer, because I don't want a ton of extra wire underneath that wire cover. So I'll probably tune the length of that once it's on the printer. So it came with an extra NeoPixel. So in case one of these was bad or we have problems. So let's take the Stealthburner. This is beta 3, so remember it's beta, so all of this stuff changes. Hi, Q. We have some, I used Clear Pet G to print this LED holder and little diffuser. So the diffuser goes in here, and then I use a screwdriver or something to push that down into the cavity there. The first LED goes in here. That slides in there nicely. And then there's a little spring part here that kind of holds things from rattling. So this whole thing goes right in there. Now, if you want to remove this, there is a feature built into that diffuser, and if you sneak a screwdriver past the wires, and you just kind of pry it out. Now, I had the LED shift out on me, so it's keeping me from getting there, but you can pry that whole thing out with this little slot right there and a screwdriver. There. That is in there. Mr. K, I guess it's possible so that the cam link that I have on that camera is causing the problems. I have two Camlink 4Ks. One's on the Charlie cam and one's on this cam. Eric, the over-shoulder camera is an A6400. The Charlie cam is a ZV1. Thanks to LDO for this one. Hey, John. Here, let's see if we can get a better view from here. So these wires are going to come around here. Oops. And go through this channel, which I forgot to cut the little bridges out. So let's do that right now. For printability's sake, there is a little bridge here that needs to be cut out, a bridge here that needs to be cut out, and a bridge here that needs to be cut out. So let's do that. I'm just trimming, so I trimmed these, but then I'm also trimming, kind of whittling away the sharp edges so that nothing gets caught on the wires. And if these break out of the way, I haven't found it to be too big of a problem. And that's it. So now I'm going to run these wires over here, just get them out of the way. So that's our main connector wires. And then these I just run one wire at a time. So sneak that red wire in there and the yellow wire. Push it down in there. And then the black wire. Doesn't matter what order, it's just however they fall. There. Those are tucked in. Past the next wire management spot. A little screwdriver like this really helps. There we go. And then I push these through this way, and that goes in there. Right. Something holding that up, so let's find out what. Very gently. Gently pry this out. A little print blob or something. Try that again. Oops. Yeah, something's not letting that one side go in all the way. There we go. So I'm going to pre-clean out this other side just to make sure everything is clear. Now we come around. We're going to loop these back here a bit because we have some extra, a good amount of extra wire. And push these in past the little features in there that are designed to help keep the wire in place. One wire at a time. I'll catch up on chat here in a second. I know there's a couple of questions. And then you see there's lots of space on both sides of this for wire to get wrapped around. So your lengths on these aren't critical. And there we go. Now I saw a question, why don't I go down the other side? That's fine, it would work. I've got plenty of space over here and this is just the way I've done it. There's no reason why you couldn't do this exactly opposite of what I did. Matt Lamb, do you recommend any adhesive to hold them in place? No, because the front here, let's see if I can get this. These surfaces here on the tool head force those to stay in place. There's no way that those can come out once this is all assembled. So. Hey, Brian Murphy. I'm doing okay, aside from, as some have noticed, a little sore. I was working in the other garage all day yesterday. Speedy and Brian, I was thinking about building a micron, and I've recently shifted. I think I might build a solid fork. Just because it makes sense. Dirk, for 2.4 R2 parts only changes the corner skirts, but the middle fan parts and the display from Trident stays the same. Is that right? Yes, and if you notice, I pushed a very, very super minor change to Trident this week. And it just, I pushed that little Big Tree Tech light shield for their little display is slightly different from the Physetic version. So I pushed a new rear case and that light shield to the Trident repo. So very minor, but it's the same one that'll be in R2. Mr. Clown, I was working on a new workbench. I need room for more printers. Okay, fan. So, in order for this fan to fit here, these mounting ears have to come off. Viking Cat, solid fork is like what Trident or what Micron is to V2, solid fork is to Trident. It's a mini Trident. Any new comment on the Trident skirt in-out controversy yesterday? My only comment is it goes this way. That's the way it goes. Period. End of story. Okay, let's go back here. So we are going to cut these ears off. Now we only care about... we're going to take the front cover of this off, so we only care about the back side, but I'm going to leave the front cover on while I'm cutting these. So I think this is going to probably be the best angle, and I'm simply going to take a hacksaw and change my glasses again, and just move all this stuff out of the way, and just very slowly, because it doesn't take much. I want to cut kind of close so I minimize the amount of... Okay, let's do this. At some point you'll hit... You don't have to cut all the way through. You only have to cut through that half. So that's half done. Now I'm going to grab this wire and hold it all the way out of the way and cut the next one. And that's it. That's it for the hacksaw part. Now, since I did this up on the bench, I can easily just get rid of this stuff. So now those ears, are cut off, but it's rough. So we're going to pop this front cover off. Just hitting those tabs, and this goes in the trash. Now we try the sandpaper that they included. Little discs of sandpaper, and just sand these down to flush. Now I'm going to grab my little file. I feel like it's going to be a little quicker, a little easier to control. You want to make sure you're not hitting, that you don't hit the impeller blades. So one of the nice things about all of these builds is you build it how you want it. If you want support, that's another question. But if you like those fans pointed inwards, you might be wrong, but you're welcome to do it. So Tiny, hello. We are doing two things. We are installing Klicky, and we're installing the Stealthburner fan setup on the LDO kit. Now, in the interest of efficiency, I'm working on both, prepping both before bringing the printer up here for install. If I would have cut a little closer, this would have been less filing. But you want to make sure that this is pretty flush along here in order to fit well. I'm almost there. Another controversy? How are these controversies if there's the right way and the wrong way? I mean, if there's a bottom panel available, you should install it. Lars, I do not always hit the trash can. I don't worry about it. I go and clean it up later, but I don't always hit the trash can. Hey Kyle, Charlie is doing well, and it's encouraging. I saw he was playing the other day, so he found a piece of filament in my garage here and was playing with it. So that really is a sign he's feeling back to normal. He's sleeping a lot, and he's very needy. So I'm holding that wire out of the way, making sure I don't catch it with this file. I'm just trying to match this contour. Take your time on this. The better job you do at cleaning this up, the better it's going to fit in the housing. But it's there. I would also catch these little tabs. I'd grind those down file those down. Those take nothing. That one's done. You're never going to put the front housing back on this thing, so there's no reason for those to be there. Actually, flush cutters will take care of those too. RWDRC, I haven't yet. I need to. I'll be doing that next Chewy order. So Chewy is a pet supply vendor, but they carry the special diet stuff. So we always order his food from Chewy, and we haven't had to order new food yet. So that's when I'll be looking at treats. Hey Marvin from Germany, welcome. Yeah, you can use a Dremel, you can use a file, you can use, I mean, this came with some sandpaper. I figured the file was going to be a little quicker, or Dremel would be quicker. Any of those will work. So now, this guy goes in here, and just slides right in like that. Now we need 2 screws. These are flathead M3x6 flatheads. And these just go in here just to make sure that that fan can't push back into this cavity. And they don't get tightened, they just get screwed in until they're touching. As soon as they touch, you stop. Now we'll get the hot end fan from the printer when we go to install that. So I think, unless I'm missing something, we are set for the prep work for the builds today. I got one small thing I want to do. These wire covers have a piece that goes in between here. I'm going to glue that in place. So let me just get a screw in here to kind of align it and get my glue out and set that up real quick. Going to go on the very edges of this. So I don't glue my screw to the part. Ah. Oops. Well, that was. I guess the screw alignment was wasted, but I'll just set that aside and let it dry. Hopefully that'll be good enough. Let's do some cleanup so we can get the printer back up here. DeFinch, yeah, that front face is a challenging print, but it's not too bad. Not as bad as it could be. So why so many printers, and in most of your videos none of them are running? Only because I don't usually have something to print. Of the 12 printers I have here, 11 of them will print today. As in, I could start a print on any of them. The biggest reason I have so many printers is because I like to build. That's the very biggest reason. So, and the other reason is so I have options when I want to test something. I can throw an LGX on one. I can throw a Galileo on another. The switch wire is the one that's not, and that's next week's stream. So this is a holdover from a previous hobby. This is hooked up to a 12-volt power supply. Okay, we've got these. Let's get this out of the way. So my switch wire we're going to work on next week is not the kit build. It's my original. It's serial number 1 switch wire. And I took the extruder steppers off of it for something else. And it's set up for a dual Y adapter printing. So we'll start playing with that. So next week is going to be a little back to, so many of my streams have been kind of combination instructional build. When we work on the switch wire next week, it's just going to be hanging out and building because I got to figure out a lot of things as I go. That kind of thing. Where do we want to start with this? Let's do this out here and start taking this stuff apart. Ken, I thought you had pulled apart from the Prusa and put it back together. So the original, when Switchwire was in development, I had 2 Prusas. I had 2 Mark IIIs. And I used one of them for Switchwire development. Used every part I could to build my my Switchwire. At some point, I replaced all of those parts and rebuilt the Mark III and sold it to a friend. Okay. So I still have one Prusa Mark III that I keep on hand. So I remember when I was building this, one of the bits of feedback we gave is that the fan connectors were backwards. So let's see if this fan that was provided with Stealthburner is of the correct orientate or polarity, and it appears to be. So we're good. We are going to unplug. What the filament? What are your thoughts on kinematic bed kits? I know that the reasoning behind them is sound, and they will, I think they work. How much of an effect that has on your, that actually has, is a question. I've installed the Mandela kinematic bed mount on the Trident. It works. Everything's fine. I haven't seen any problems. My original 300 build Trident, I don't have that, and I still run it without a mesh. I have the Whopping Packard kinematic setup that I'm going to install and try. So that'll be fun to try a couple of different styles. So, sorry, I'm going to butcher your name. Natsabez, red wire should be on the left, arrow on the JST. That's how I remember. There isn't a standard for this. So you'll find it in both ways, as I've found out. Keeping consistent within your builds is a good idea, but Okay, I gotta pull a few things off the tool head board here. The probe and heater wires. Oh, and I guess the thermistor too for now. I'm gonna take the whole tool head out. Okay. I haven't turned it up to 100% yet. I will be though. Okay, so tool head out. We're going to swap this over to the Stealthburner style. So this will be a good test for all the existing parts. I'm hoping and assuming no modifications are going to be needed. Say, Sebastian, I'll try to remember. Do you think it would be a worthy investment on a printer running mostly ABS ASA? Not sure if I should worry about bed warpage. I think that it can't hurt. You get to decide if it's worth whatever the cost is on those. I think the theory is sound. Yeah, never trust the JST polarity. I saw there were some differences on the Spider for the fan inputs. They didn't follow what all of my fans were set up on. So my fix there was to take the housing that's on the board and just pop it off and swap it around to the to match the fans. Okay, this is out. We're going to reuse this little PTFE piece, I think. That is there. Need my mounting screws. I think my thoughts on the extrusion backers is the same thing. Theory is sound. I haven't tried them though. Those I haven't tried. So I think one thing that Wapping does that's really cool is how much thought and design and testing goes into stuff. So I'm just swapping the Dragon over to the Stealthburner tool head. Frank, €5. Thank you. Will there be an LGX mount option to go with MGN12 and the screws from the front? Yeah, that's something I can put on my, I can release that right now. I can put that on my little GitHub, my new little GitHub page. Put that, if you don't mind, and I'll try to remember anyway, but if you don't mind, put that in the comments of this video after to remind me. This seems to be going in okay. Yeah, I'll throw both of those out there, DJ Natty. Sebastian, the only color I'm missing, and I don't know if anybody has it yet, is the space gray. I have all the other colors. What do we got there? What did I miss? Reminder to me, please give a hint to your GitHub page. If you're showing this in the conversation video. Here, why don't we do this? Something underneath my mouse. Let me see something. Do I still have that page up? Hold on, just give me just a minute. Just a second. Let's do this. Since this is the new thing for this stream, let's do that. And I've never actually pinned something, so let's pin it. There we go. Yeah, Space Gray sounds really awesome. I'm looking forward to checking that one out. Just seeing your stream for the first time, what are your overall impressions of the LDO kit so far? I like it. It went together well. We gave a lot of feedback on it. I guess what's more to say, LDO tends to put in the extra little bit to the value added things. It's not just a bomb in a box. There's a lot of thought that's been put into it. Now, I think I'm going to have to pull this apart further than I wanted to in order to get the inductive probe out. So, let's see if I can just sneak back here. This is one of the changes for Clockwork 2 is to get these screws that hold the clockwork on out from the back. You put them in from the front. Come on. There we go. There's one. And here's two. There we go. Now that can be tucked out of the way, sort of. Take that off. Put that over. Sure, whatever. These screws will change. So these can go over here. I think we just need we'll use some shorter screws. Now I'm going to use this, I think, as a gauge for how long I want my wires on this guy. So I think I'm about, I hope I have enough room. Uh-oh. I hope I can reach that. Yeah, I think I'm going to be able to reach. I'm not going to cut any amount off of these, though. I'm just going to crimp directly on there. So, two things. Is I'm going to put a zip tie in here to capture these wires. Keep that. And then I'm going to cut these extra bits of wire sticking out the top here. Just cutting those flush. Okay. Twist these a little bit just for, can do that after I get the connector on, I guess. This is going to connect into a JST. Brian, where can I get the mod to use the Trident feed on 2.4? When 2.4 R2 comes out, that'll be the default configuration. Q, I need some Haribos for my shop. 5 Canadian, thank you. I like Haribos. I like gummy foods. Gummy bears, gummy worms. Alright, so we're going to do a 3-pin JST. And we need 2 terminals. That's why I like Prusa beds. I think the gummy bear thing in Prusa's instructions and stuff is clever and cute. So on these, the Omron probe, since we got to duplicate this wiring, black is the output, blue is 0 volt, ground, and brown is voltage. So we're going to go between the black and the blue wires for our Klicky switch. So it's between these two pins on the side. So it doesn't matter which one, because it's just a switch. I'm just going to crimp. One. Print 2, and then we're going to duplicate. Here, we're going to go into those 2. There we go. So now I think we can see here. There we go. Is that focusing? I hope so. The bad 85 diode won't matter. It can stay there. It won't affect it. Okay, so that is our Klicky wiring. Let's figure out, I think we can go with a, I don't know if the 8mm screw. There, I've got a ton of 10s. A 10 will work. The bad 85 shouldn't keep it from working. We will see. I'm fighting the magnet against the build plate here. There we go. Now this goes on here, and then this just gets pressed all the way to the top. Oops, I lost my, there we go. This gets pressed all the way flush up against the bottom of the carriage. We will switch it if this ends up not working, Echo. But I believe it should. I think we ran into that on my Trident. I got the same comment that it wouldn't work, and it worked fine. This back on here. Now, is that screw still there? Nice. That's there. That's there. There we go. And this one, the change on Clockwork 2 to screws from the front is so welcome, because this is a royal pain in the neck. That might be a spider thing too. Go. Okay. Make sure both sides are tight. There we go. Is it the double bad 85s that's causing the problem? Okay, so that's there. Now we've got the tool head board that can come back up in here. What am I doing? Oh. That doesn't go there. Getting ahead of myself. Let's go. Let's take the 4010 fan out of the old assembly. I think we're done with this. Put that over there. Now, I think we're going to go right like that. These, got that. It's going to go over there. All of this goes on right like that, and it just bolts. You notice, I mean, that just bolts right to the front of Clockwork One. A question that keeps coming up: get these. Here. Just figuring out where I want these wires to go. And I suspect I'm just gonna solder these a connector to the LEDs right now, because I think I'm gonna want it exactly as long as it is. So let's do that. So, microfit stuff. Are we 3 hours in already? No, we're 2 hours in. These always take longer than I expect they're going to. Now I want to take the wiring that came with it, and these are labeled, so 5 volts, RGB data, and ground, and I want to match that on my pinout. So my 28 gauge terminals, and these are going to go, so 5 volts is there. So we are going to crimp this right like this. Where'd my crimper go? Data. And then ground. Okay. Now we go 5 volts. Data. And ground. And I'm going to use my little screwdriver to help push those in, because this 28 gauge silicone wiring is pretty floppy. Yep. Perfect. Oh, where are we at? Now I'm going to put this right here and grab a couple of bolts. I think I'm just going to bolt this right on here. All right, with those wires sticking out right there, that wire there. So we have here the hot end fan. That is this one. And then the new wire. I'm gonna push this back in there a bit, just to take up some of the slack. That goes up there. And then the power wires. Where's my little screwdriver? I'm gonna end up here. Let me see if we can get a decent view without you having to stare at the back of my head. Can you see what I'm doing there at the tool headboard? I think so. Tweezers. Tweezers. There we go. Okay. Thermistor goes here. Where is our, there's our bolt there for the, get all this stuff down out of the way. I think that's what we want to do. That is all hooked up. We have one connector here, which is for the NeoPixel. But we need to run a wire. So this bundle came with the little test parts. I'm going to try to use it. We got zip ties every little bit here, which I'll be taking off. And we have labels and terminals on the end. So we're going to try to get this through there with all of that intact. This might take the rest of the string. cut a couple of these zip ties off. I'm gonna leave them. So let's see here. We are going to try to use the PTFE tube trick. I gotta find a piece of tubing. There it is. So this is an extra piece of the 3mm ID PTFE tubing. I might end up taking panels off of this, but if I feed this through here and pick a wire, let's see if this is going to work. Can I? I was hoping to use the PTFE tube method, but I don't know that I'm going to be able to because the terminal on the end is too large. Terminal on the end is too large. How do I get around this? So I don't want to have to pull the cable chains and open them up. I want to run this through. At the same time, I don't want to lose order of the colors of these wires with the labels on them. So I think what I'm going to do is mark these. I'm going to cut the terminals off just for the purpose of this stream. Now you could take your chains, open them up, and run this. It just takes longer. I'm going to try, since I have a crimper, I have all that, I'm going to cut the ends off. I'm going to color the wires with some Sharpies to identify the them, and we'll see how that goes. We're going to do 2 different colors of Sharpies, and these metallic Sharpies show up pretty well. So this one is ground. We're going to leave black. We're not going to mark that one. We don't need to. The data line, I'm going to mark with bronze. These have heat shrink on here, and I don't want, especially this PTFE wire, I do not want to have it slide off and then lose. So I'm going to just hit a few spots on that just in case it rubs off. I'll still see some bronze. So bronze is data. Silver is 5 volt. Just going to mark some of these. Okay. There's 15 different ways you could do this, I'm sure. Then I'm going to just cut the very end, the terminal off. I'm going to save this label that LDO has. So I can put it back on the other end. Oh, I would have to replace the pin message. Somebody here is going to help me remember. There are many ways to do this. This isn't necessarily the right way. So now I can take, I might be able to take 2 of these, stick them in the end of this wire and pull it for one section. See that? I'm going to push this back through. And grab the last wire. And pull it through. So that's one section. Now I can push this through. And get this the rest of the way through. If I can't get 3 of these in here, unfortunately. I can only get 2 at a time into this 3mm ID. And even then it's tight. There we go. There's 2. Make sure they don't twist up too bad. There we go. And the last one. Now all of this can come through, and I want to cut some of these zip ties off. I don't want these zip ties moving around in the chain. So they're nice for packaging, but there. So we've got this through here. Let's go ahead and secure this and plug it in and hope that that tucks in right there when the cover gets on here. Maybe we try to put the cover on right now. Now this is untested. Completely untested. Let's try. Yeah. This came with a mounting, a panel mount microfit. I'm going to cut those off to give a little bit of extra room. I'm going to try routing it under here, I think. Or maybe route it across the top. Let's try across the top. Let's try right there. These wire covers are so fiddly. And I might just not have enough room on this one. I think this is the problem, and this is, like I said, untested. I'm not gonna spend any time on it. I don't think it has enough volume. So I'm just going to secure this right here, and we are going to move on with the project. Just to hold that in place. I can go there. Yep, not going to worry about it. But what I am also going to do, I'm going to remove the panels. I'm going to need the space. I don't want to have to worry about these. Ah. Hopefully I can get away with just removing a couple of the panels. Hey, Sean. Well, that's weird. The camera just turned off. I've got it set for the high temp. It is getting warm in here, though. Okay, we've got all of our wires here. What ABS and color is a hot end mount? So, or if you're talking about the dark gray, that's KVP graphite ABS. That's what I used on the main color on Trident and my, you can't really see it here, my green V2. I forgot to print a light gray tool head. So let's see if we can do this one in one run. So we run the PTFE tube here and then force it into that turn. Let's go the other way. Let's go this way, force it into the turn, and come out. Right there. Now we can take a couple of these, throw them force them into the end here. I can't get two of these in there reliably. Here, let's try something. Just in case the end of that is... There we go. That's better. Guide that through. And we're going to leave enough slack here so I can manage all these wires here. But this is just the first. So Wiley clued me into this little PTFE tube method of installing the wires and additional wires in the in the cable chain. Works really well. I'm not going to trust this one on its own, so I'm just going to push it through the chain. And there's those. Okay. Now let's get some zip ties. So I'm missing a couple of questions. Daniel, what is your favorite Voron build? I mean, my biased opinion is I like my Tridents. But honestly, between a Trident and a 2.4, they're both pretty fun. There's magnetic panel mount mod for the 2.4. Have you tried it yet? I have not. These two zip ties are always fun to get to. Old one's out. Where did I put my... Ah! What is going on? It must be overheating. It's got to be overheating. Did we get it back? There we go. I don't see any. Let me check the setting here. Hold on. It is warm in here. Where is the... That's one thing about the Sony menu system. There's so many things. I have no idea sometimes. It's on the high temperature setting, so I don't know. I'm gonna open the door. Maybe cool it down in here. So moving on. Where are we at? Put it in the zip tie backwards. Okay, there's one. And two. And then two more, and then we're on to the next section. One zip tie. There we go. That's done. Oh, if you flip the screen, flipping out the screen makes it something else. Oh, flipping out the screen. Oh, that's a good idea. There, I opened the screen out. Do you have anything about the Trident that you would improve upon after building and designing it? Right now, no. Let me mute my other computer. There we go. Can I print the parts in PETG, use Marlin and the spool holder from Rattler Rig? We can't ban from here, right? Let's see if I can get these to... What happens if I just push these through here? It won't work. Where did that screwdriver go? Here we are. Oh, let's put these under this spot. More zip ties. Like that one, Kilo? And speaking of bots. Okay, and now I'm gonna grab it right here, right next to the zip tie that's already here. I think I can put this wire cover back over this, keep everything kind of in its place. I mean, I guess I should take it as a compliment, right? Echo 2 Papa 2. That's funny you say that, because as I keep saying another zip tie here, I've been waiting for someone to ask why, figuring somebody would, only because this is PTFE wiring and it's really slick, and I want to control the wire and make sure it goes through the middle of the cable chain, and two zip ties, there's room for it at the end of these little wire managers, and it just gives a little extra hold. But I had that exact clear thought when I keep saying that. I'm saying somebody's going to ask about this. So, good job. Okay, let's see. Video is frozen. What? Video shouldn't be frozen. Is my stream quality down? Stream health is good. Okay. Okay. Let's get this wiring down into the deck, and then we'll see if Charlie's up for a visit. I think I'm gonna go something like this. Do this in 2 passes. Figure after this, it's wiring. I've got to move the printer anyway, so that's a good time. There we go. One more. Oops, wrong piece. Let's see if I can get this through this way. Where are we bunching up? I'm hanging on something. Oh, there it is. There we go. One more wire, and then we'll be through all the chains. Hey, Sanity. I hadn't seen you on here yet. Have you been here? Last wire. I didn't see you before. I'm sorry. There. How long did that take? I don't think it was too bad. Now they're tucked in the bottom. This go here. Let's clear some space. Take a little Charlie intermission and then finish this thing up. Oh. And a quiet kitty. Oh, that choppy. That is choppy. Here, let's just go back to this one. I'll fix that other one. This is a cat just waking up. Waking up with his poor little shave spot. Ah! I don't know what is causing this. It's so frustrating. There we are. I don't know. Frustrating. Frustrating. Camera cooling fans. I mean, I guess it could be overheating. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I can try. I've got plenty of 40-20 fans. So there's a temperature setting in there. You set it to high or normal in order to get it to last as long as possible on a for temperature. So this is an A6400 with a dummy battery. So it's not running any battery, and it's sitting on a tripod with just a little extra ring light there to give a little bit of extra light here. This is a ZV-1 with a dummy battery, as last week we ran out of battery life, with a dummy battery connected with HDMI to a cam link. This one is connected to a cam link too. If you plug it in USB, it won't overheat. Yeah, both of the cameras are Sony. Here, let's see. See if I can get a... That's the new ZV-1 setup. This is the new laptop that I bought from Jared. Then my thing of prints. And then this is the setup for the A6400. And Charlie is trying to knock things off my desk. Okay, let's get back to the build. You done, Charlie? Let's get maximum hair out here. Okay. Say bye-bye. Which way do we want to do this? Probably this way. Bottom panel stays on. And look, just swings out of the way. We've got our RGB wires there. I think, am I right? The NeoPixel connector on a Octopus is a 3-pin DuPont. Always use the bottom panel. Where do we... Okay, let's go to... Let's go to the Big Tree Tech GitHub. And I'm going to go here to hardware and open the, we go to hardware and open the pin PDF. It'll open within our GitHub, the GitHub site, and it's a bit of a pain to zoom in. So I already have it. There we go. I already have it downloaded, so. RGB to LED is J37. Where is J37? It's right here. And that is a 3-pin DuPont. So, which is kind of irritating in that the it's not polarized. Do this. These things can be a pain to get off. There we go. So a little bit of feedback on this little wiring kit is that the wires are barely long enough. I can't run them through all the channels, so I'm just going to pass it through this channel and then just run it across the top, and it'll just barely plug in right there. So that was just to get that there. There we go. So I got bronze, silver, and I'm glad I put a lot of that on there because a lot of it is rubbed off. So silver was 5 volts. Right, Kilo? Silver was 5 volts. So I'm going to put that label on here. Bronze was the data. And then no mark was ground. And I get out my DuPont kit. One, two, three, and a 3-pin DuPont connector. And we are going to check. So this J37 right here is our RGB LED port. We go ground data 5 volts. 5 volts is the one closest to J27 to that set of. Crimp. I'm just going to leave these full length because they're barely long enough. I could trim just a tiny bit, but I don't think there's any real point in that. Okay. let's get our labels and our connector, 5 volts ground data. And then a little screwdriver to help push this thing into the I hate DuPont connectors. There's not really enough room in the housing. There's those. There we go. Okay. 5 volt data ground. Let's put a little wire management twist on here. One of my wires is a little longer than the rest, but that's okay. Just a little bit. And then 5 volts is towards the USB connector. So that plugs in right like that. And this is just going to have to be kind of laying across the board. Big Dipper has JST XH instead of Molex. I have a Big Dipper here. So theoretically, we're done under here, right? And we're gonna set that up as PB0 is the pin on that. So let's button this up and turn it back on its top. As usual, I think I was a little ambitious with my agenda today. DJ Natty, I haven't looked at it for building a mount. If somebody needs a mount, I can throw a mount together in just a few minutes. Yeah, this is the Big Dipper. I haven't even opened it up out of the package. The available mounts don't fit. Message me on Discord. I can help. So we're going to leave this open, but it's reasonably managed. Things aren't hanging. I'm going to have to tweak this for that. The next thing we need to do is move this out of the way. Grab a couple of T-nuts and put our Klicky mount in the back. I'm just checking to see if these will mount okay with the... Yeah, I think it will. With the T-nuts, with the long side pointed towards each other. That one... Not going to futz with it. I'm just going to try a different one. There we go. And 5x10. Yep, that one's gone. And this guy. Where do we want to put that? Probably, I'm just going to place it about there. Why is that? I feel like it's stripping. There we go. Okay, I thought that they could, the fat side of the T-nuts could go towards each other, but apparently not. At least they come out easy. I'll put it over here. There we go. So we have, what I did is put the dock mount on the gantry, and then the probe goes there. And then we'll do all the setup, I think, for that next. Nope, that one's gone. Bring up the next drink. Are we good? Are we good to power this thing back up now? Let's power it up. Wall Street bets, no nozzle scrubber or purge bucket? Not yet. One day. Should be powering up. Yeah, lights are on. It's just starting. There we go. So, I think, let's do a couple of things here. Let's go to the printer and let's check the part fan. Turns on. And let's just set, okay. The cooling fan turns on. the hot end fan. Now I forgot something. So let's see, where am I going to get those to fix that? I forgot the screws on the front. I forgot these 50mm screws. And then I always get in here and I squeeze the carriage, the whole assembly together while threading this in, just to make sure. And then you go until it just touches. And same thing, just kind of squeeze it together, make sure that that stays, and then just touches. There we go. And then I don't think I finished tightening these, so there we go. Okay, LEDs. There is if we go to the, let's go to Voron Design GitHub. And we scroll down and go to Afterburner. Thank you, Kilo. And instead of the Afterburner files, we want to change branches to the Stealthburner beta. This is where all this stuff is. Now there are Clipper macros here, and this is an example LED configuration. If you go in here, this is going to tell you things. It's got some macros set up for controlling that thing. We want to grab this section here first, because this goes in. Let's just grab the whole thing just on. This goes in our pin configuration. So let's go back to our printer now and go to the machine and bring up printer config. And down here, here's LED control for the case lights. We might as well put our NeoPixel stuff here as well. Paste that. We're going to get rid of these comments where appropriate. So we got a NeoPixel set up as Stealthburner LEDs. We want pin, and this was, if you remember, it's PB0, and we got that from the pin diagram on right here, PB0 from J37. We got poor, it says it's excellent right now. Our chain count is 3. The color order is GRBGW, and then our initial values. And I think this is all we need to just functional to make the thing turn on. I'm just turning this on. I don't know. The rest of the macro setup is function specific, and I don't think we have time to go through all of that today. I wanted to show where you get the example config and how to make this thing work. So let's see. There we go. we have light. Awesome. So at this point, I'm going to consider the Stealthburner part of the build today. There's still configuration you can do, but the build today, I'm going to consider this done. So let's move on to Klicky. Okay. I don't have any of the other stuff set up to use the macros that are in this configuration here. All these macros, I don't have any of this set up, and I haven't played with this yet either. But it's working. We can set any color. We can turn the nozzle lights on, all bright white. Now, let's go back to Klicky Probe. Go back to Klicky Probe. We are going to check first the functionality of, before we do anything, we're going to check our end stop, our probe setup. So let's go here on machine. I think it's down here. We're going to query our end stops, and the probe is triggered. And it should be. With no, because this is a normally closed setup, without the probe docked on there, it should register as triggered. That way you don't get an accidental crash. So let me move the gantry up enough so I can actually get there. And if I take this probe and manually place it, we should get open. Oh crap. And I'm not showing you guys. How can I fix this? How can I fix this? Let's just do that. So the probe before, so let me pull the thing again. If we query the end stops, it's showing triggered. I pulled the probe off. This is a safe configuration. If you tried to home right now, it would say probe triggered before homing move and give you an error, because the probe, I'm holding it in my hand. Now if I put this on there, make sure it's lined up, and we check the status, now it's open, it's ready to do a homing move, and when it touched the build plate, if I hold the switch down, we will get a triggered state. So everything here is functioning now. So now we can move on. I feel it's comfortable that we have it's functioning. Let's configure it now. And there we go. So if we go back to clip, so clipper configuration. This is the documentation. What time is it? 1 o'clock. We're at 3 hours. We're doing okay. So the example uses the default with the probe connected to whatever. Please update it to your specific. Now we don't need to change our probe pin because we're using the same pin we were using for the inductive probe. But we do want to check these other items. So looking at this, let's go to that section in our printer config. And PG15, our offsets. Hey, the Weekend Warrior. You didn't notify. You didn't ring the bell and subscribe. I am questioning the Y offset. I thought it was the same as the inductive probe. It is forward a little bit from the center line of where the inductive probe was, so let's trust it. 19.75 and 6.42. And the Z offset, they set to 6.42. Let's bring our speeds. 7.3 median. 7.3 median. I think all of this is okay. Beld the ring. Yes. Beld the ring button. Okay. Quad gantry level horizontal move Z10. I'm not running a mesh on this printer yet. I don't know if that's going to run into a problem with this, but so let's go to our quad gantry level and make sure that our thing is 10. Where are our Tomas, 10 euros, thank you. What a cute 3D printer. Is that an LDO? It's an LDO kit of a Voron. Come on. So down here, horizontal move Z is already 10. So we're going to leave that. So now I need to grab, we're not using Klicky as our Z end stop. So now we're going to grab their where is the macros? Klicky probe, clipper macros, and then we want did they redo all of this? Did they redo all of this? Macros are currently separated by function. There's a Klicky probe config that should include the remaining files. So we're going to grab these 4 files, it looks like. Klicky probe, variables, bed mesh, calibrate, and quad gantry. Klicky probe. We are going to get the raw. Oh, that's interesting. Let's save this. This is different from the last time I did it, so we get to learn together. Let's save that. What else was it? Klicky probe, variables, and quad gantry, because I think I'm gonna variables. So this is all of our position stuff. Okay, I like this. Let's save this. And quad gantry level. Are there any advantages to build a 2.4 with the Octopus Pro board versus the Octopus? You're in the process of building something. I think availability, but as far as functionality, the biggest one on the Pro versus the regular is the high voltage stepper capability. I think there's another difference in terms of like outputs, but I couldn't speak for sure. I know the big difference is the high voltage steppers. A PT100 amplifier on board, okay. High volt steppage. So we're gonna include this in our configuration. So we're gonna come here and we are going to save and close for right now. We want to add Klicky probe, Klicky variables, and Klicky quad gantry level. And in our, here, what do I have here? Let me delete. Now in our printer config, we're going to come all the way up here. And our other includes. And we're going to include Klicky probe.config. We configured a probe pin. And I think we can save and close that. And under the Klicky probe config, we need quad gantry level to be enabled. And I didn't download macros. It didn't specifically tell me to. Okay. Z tilde address, screw tilde address, quad gantry. Okay, let's get macros. What are these doing? Okay, well, let's download that. Let's bed mesh, help adjust. I think the rest of this, we're going to do the Z calibration as well, but we'll leave that. Let's get one thing working at a time. Let's save and close that, and then upload the Klicky macros. And I think we are. We can do a firmware restart. I'm going to manually undock the probe and put it in its spot. Include file Klicky probe.config doesn't exist. Klicky probe.config, is it case sensitive? Homing override and safe Z homing cannot be used simultaneously. Now, did they say something in here about getting rid of commenting out your safe Z home configuration? Well, you would think that they would have, Kilo, you would think that they would have done that here, because I just copied and pasted this. So maybe a little fix for the Klicky guys. I suspect they have a thing in here saying to comment out your the safe Z home in printer config. Because it gets replaced. Is that right? Command out homing override. Yeah, well, it's safe Z home here. (207.305) is my above the comment I copied. Ooh, my stomach's growling now. And comment out safe Z home or homing override if you have them. The macros will take care of homing. And add the following. Okay. So that is true. Now we got to remember 207.305. So let's comment out this. Okay. 207.305. So let's go back here, and I think it's the Klicky variables, right? If a separate Z and stop switch is in use, specify the coordinates of the switch here. So this is where our 207, I'm keeping this lined up, I think it needs to go there. 305 goes. How fast all of the travel room moves will be performed when running these macros. Let's slow this down for now. Not ridiculously slow, but just for we're first run, then we probably shouldn't run that fast. How fast should the toolhead move when docking the probe for the final movement? I think all those are okay. Enable Z-hop. Variable max bed Y. Maximum bed size avoids doing a probe accuracy outside of the bed. So I think we can just go 300, right? Because that's what my build is. That max bed XY does not seem to fit for 2.4. Okay. Variable dock location. So the dock location, for the Z, says Z dock position, -128 for a gantry frame mount. And we've got a gantry mount here. So we're going to home, and then we're going to move the tool head over in front of the dock to get these values here. So we're going to leave that right now. Do I need to do anything else here? Tool head parking. I don't know why park position. I would think this would be the back corner, right? So 125 would be a little low. Here, let's just go 275, just to put it in the back corner, but not all the way back there. And then I think that's it. So let's check their thing here. Okay, that's all advanced stuff. Save and restart. Make sure we don't have any problems. And then with my finger ready to cancel, let's do a home. Everything's in place. Let's do a home all. Parking is disabled in the config by default. Okay. That is okay. Oh, I should have switched here. Sorry. That is good. So it homes. So now I am going to use the. I'm going to move forward. Forward Y. Just I don't want to engage the magnets from the side. And now I'm going to move back in X. And then I'm just going to eyeball it right now. I think about there. And then I'm going to move Y. Let's see. And we're going to engage these magnets here in a second. We're going to go to max Y. Okay, so the same problem. Oops, I'm hitting the wrong one. So the same problem I had on one of my Tridents is the carriage mount here is not putting the probe forward enough for me to hit it at max Y. It should be another 3 millimeters forward. So we're going to fix that. While I'm here, I'm going to adjust for X and get that value at least, which is about right there. So my X value, I'm going to want 43, and I'm going to end up at Y305 because I'll just move the dock forward until it matches. So 43,305 is going to be my magic number for grabbing the probe. So let's go ahead and put that in. The variables. Dockable position for X. $43. And Y is going to be 305. You should hover over the probe from the side. That's why one of the magnets is inverted on each part. Yeah, it's fine the way I did it though. Hover from the side and move back to the front with the extruder and it should follow. Yeah. But I can see that it's lined up, but I know that at max Y I'm not, it might grab it, but it's not going to be as reliable. So let's go ahead and save and restart that. And I'm just going to move the tool head out of the way. We're going to add some spacers. We're going to add some spacers behind this piece. And the quick and easy is just going to be to grab some washers and sandwich them in there. Because I don't have really anything else. Now don't they have some way of a printed part or something for this? I'm actually going to use for this 2 M4 nuts because they're right at 3 millimeters. We're going to see how that does, if I can still get this thing screwed in. Yep. There we go. New SDLs with a spacer. Yeah. Let's home it all. Now we have, I believe we can test this by simply going for an attach probe macro, right? Move out of range. I've missed a value in my variables. I'm getting a move out of range error, so I missed something to configure. Dock move. Final tool head move to release the probe on the dock. Why is this asking for... I think it's right here. It's these variables here, the dock move and attach move. Because the rest of these I've configured. I don't remember having to do something like this in one of my others. What does it say about it here? How deep to grab it and how far to move right to release it? I don't get that. The first macro contained all that you should... Yeah, it makes sense that they did that to make sure I adjusted. I'm just trying to find the documentation on what values to put there. Is there anything here? If you use auto Z calibration, you should copy... You need to change the Z minus 120 to a positive Z. What Z minus 120? This Z minus 128 is, it should be. It says 128 for a gantry or frame mount. It's in the comment screen. What comment screen? And the comments on screen. Where does it say that? I'm missing it. My eyes are skipping over it. In the config example, are you talking about here? Other way? Oh, use 40, it's the old default. Use 30, it's... Okay, is this what you're talking about? Use 40 for X, I guess? Or, oh, 40 for the dock move, 30 for the... Okay. And 30 Okay. Shows it in step 5 clipper configuration. Is there a... No, step 5. $30Y. 30 on the Y, not on X. Oops. Like that. Oh, in the specific printer section? Where was that? This is complicated. Step 2, let's go down to step 5. Dock speed. Variable dock X. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Something else that someone pointed out that I struggled with last stream. There is a button right here that you can't see because of my chat, but you can see it in the background. Config reference. This takes you right to a lot of the stuff I was looking for last stream. And my eyes had always gone right over that. So at the moment I completely forget who told me that, but I appreciate it. So let's save and restart. I think we can home it now. And if I go to attach the probe, it grabs the probe. Awesome. And it grabbed it. Let's dock the probe. Perfect. There is a safe Z home, Felina. It's in the Klicky configuration. It just replaces it. And John, those buttons there, the attach probe and dock probe, if that's what you're talking about, are macros that come from Clipper, or from Klicky. See ya, Kit. Thanks for being here. So, given that, let's hit this big orange QGL button and see what happens. What do you think? Are we ready? Okay, I hit it. And I got my finger on the reset button. Oh, so my gantry is out. It triggered. I can fix that by changing, I think, that Z hop value. For right now, I'm going to turn the steppers off and move this back to, because I was moving the gantry by hand. So I just moved those up. Now we are going to, here's an interesting thing. Let's see how this works. Probe's still docked. We're going to rehome. Okay. So I just hit home all. Everything should clear. It should be able to home with the probe on there. Oh, but it's going to put it away first. That's nice. There we go. Now we're going to hit that big red or orange QGL button. Good night, Bruno. Thanks for being here. I got some retries there. A retry. I tend to get that at that back corner. I might have to check things. Yeah, I can up the speed. But I changed all those from their defaults just to be safe. What was that? 0.1175 was that last adjustment? I got a retry here too. Finished. I was gonna put the probe away. Nice. Very nice. So let's do Z calibration and then call it. Okay. So this is I think if we go back up here, like I said, I'm learning here as well. So, oops, home. Cam froze. Which cam froze? I don't know what it is, and I'm so frustrated. I don't know. It didn't turn off this time. I have a feeling it's the cam link, because usually when it does this, I've been cycling it, unplugging and plugging it back in. Yep, now we're back. I don't know if it's camera or the cam link. It'd be frustrating if it's the cam link. Well, I would rather it be the cam link than the camera, I guess. Okay, let's go back. Where were we? Let's go back to Klicky probe and Clipper macros, and we want the Z calibration. I don't think we saved that one before. We might have. It's frustrating, but I need to spend more time fixing stuff like that. Dead Bob, $5. Camera cooling fund, thank you. That's what I'm saying, Jeff. I don't know that it's cooling, because I'm cycling things and it's coming back for a good while at a time. If it was heat, I would think it would almost immediately lock up again. KB, do most people do this Klicky probe mod because the inductive probe melts? A lot of people do it because the inductive probe melts, but also they're using the PL probes. That's the red probes. Those are just... I've never used one. I own one. It's around here somewhere so I can test fit stuff, but they don't stand up. They used to, I guess, the older versions, but the new ones don't. These Omron, the orange probe, and this has heat reflective stuff on it, but I have this running, I've had it running for long periods of time with none of this, no sign of melting. So Okay, so we got that. We're going to upload the file we just downloaded. And let's go in and Klicky Z Calibration. What do we set here? So probe nozzle. So probe nozzle X and Y is the 207 305, right? The X and Y coordinates in millimeters for clicking the nozzle on the Z end stop. So this is going to be 207 and 305. The X and Y coordinates for clicking the probe switch body on the Z end stop. So this is going to, I think this gives us, or it used to, maybe there was another document that gave us some estimates on what this would be. I'm going to uncomment this and put some values here, but it's not going to be correct. We're going to move the bed around to set that. If I was guessing, I would want, let me put the probe on there. I would want the switch body at like 202 for X to bring it over, because the switch on the D2F body is pretty much in line with the nozzle. So I want to go to the negative X direction by a few, maybe 5 millimeters. And then in the Y, it's going to be like 2. Here, let me get a little ruler and see if I can make some educated guess and see how close I am. Like minus 20, so like 285. Let's see, let's catch up. Would it not be the same? So there's two different, so we're setting up, let me reset the stage here. We have set up Klicky. Klicky is working. We did a QGL, all that configuration is working. There is an additional layer of auto calibration you can do called Calibrate Z. And it was done by another person. There's credit on the Klicky page to who set it up. But what that will do is take the difference, it'll probe with your Z end stop switch, the pin in the back, it will probe your nozzle, and then it moves and probes the body of the switch, of the Klicky switch, and then it takes and probes the middle of your bed with Klicky, and then does a lot of math and automatically sets your Z offset, so you don't have to do a Z offset calibration anymore. If I missed anything in that explanation, feel free to correct me. And then the other part of this is we're going to probe the bed at the middle of So we're just going to say 150, 150. Need 2 more hours for auto Z setup. We should be almost done, right? Switch offset. This switch offset is what you then change to adjust your first layer. I made a note in one of my other printers that I should bring over here. Let me bring it up real quick. I think it's my orange trident, because this helps me remember which direction that goes. If we go here and go to the Z calibration, here I said the lower the value, the further it is from the bed. So my value I came to for this printer is 0.59. So starting at the 0.42 here is going to be higher off the bed, which is safer. You're not going to drive your nozzle through the bed. So we're going to start there. And I don't think we need to change anything else. The position, default from stepper Z, the moving speed, I think we're okay. That is the difference between, that is the actuation, the distance between the switch body and when the switch actually actuates. So the, actually actuates, sorry, actually triggers. So when you press the button on that D2F switch, there's a tiny bit of movement before it triggers. There's a good explanation, and let's see if, here, this link here, we're gonna copy this. This is in the Z Calibration config file. There's this link here to the source. And if we go to here, there is a great explanation of what we're doing here down here. So why? So we've got this Z end stop offset, which is from the probe to your bed. Now it uses, this is a probe offset from the Klicky. And if you keep going down, you see this switch offset is from the bottom of that switch button to that distance that it actually takes to trigger. But this explains it in a lot more detail. So I think at this point we are good to try this. So we're gonna home all. And the camera's locked up. Surprise! We'll go here. We'll go with this one. Okay, so that's there. Now we're going to do a QGL. Hopefully this doesn't take long. I didn't set. But for all my camera things, the Charlie cam has been solid. A little jittery. I got to figure out some settings, but since the microphone's there, that's important now. Hobbyists, I didn't set up any macros to actually change the LED colors. I just made it function. Just got the Stealthburner installed and the LEDs functioning. Now, if I'm right, I should be able to send a Calibrate Z command. But I can't. So I have to go through all that again because I forgot something. I forgot to go in here to my Klicky probe and turn on the Z calibration. So now I have to restart and do all that again. So bear with me. Oh, while we do this, let's do this. Let's go back to variables. And now that we know everything's working, let's speed it back up. Section Z calibration is not a valid config section. But I copied it here. Is there another? What did I miss? Let's see. Is there anything here that explains? I missed something. What did I miss? Is there? Not a valid config section. Oh. That's because you have to do some more stuff. You have to actually set it up because it's not part of Clipper. So let's back up just a little bit. Calibrate Z. So Klicky, all of that stuff is just using macros and all default Clipper stuff. Z Calibration. Let's see if they have documentation here. Do they have it here? Or do we have to go to? It doesn't matter. Let's go to here. We have to set this up. This is not part of the default thing. So it is a plugin. There are install instructions. Let's do it. Yep, G Funny Money. I'm remembering now. Where are let's find the instructions. There's saying why, examples, how to configure it. We got this. Where's the install? Okay. For this, you need to clone this repository. I didn't do any of this. Updated setup instructions, it was there. I skip over all of this, apparently. Where did you see that? Navigating, I gotta say, that navigating the Klicky probe thing, there is so much information here. Was there updated instructions here for Calibrate Z? Where were they? Because I can go off the source instructions, but can also be used with the automatic. Yeah, this is this guy's thing. So let's just go there. Yeah, I've backed out. Let's just do this. So, open up a command prompt. Bring it over here. SSH to the Pi. Password. And now let's go here and we want to get that and run that. Your home directory. Was I in the home directory? I hope so. Yeah, I think that's correct. Then I gotta run this script. Oh, PWD. present working directory. Got it. I remember that. I'm thinking I'm right. Script ran. And then I think that is it. We can add this to the update manager. So let's go to Moonraker, and down here in our update managers, add that, and then save and restart. See you, Richard. Oh, print working directory? I had heard when I was learning, and I haven't used it, I thought it was present working directory, as in the current one you're in, present. Now are we good to go? We're not getting a Z calibration error. So let's see if we've got a, oh yeah, that's right, it's still locked up. Never mind. That's not a new thing. Let's home it all. Weekend Warrior, YouTube had to have filtered that. It didn't come up in my interface. QGL. All the docks and undocks are nice and smooth. Looks like I got reasonable values for those. So now I'm going to run, I think it's Calibrate Z, right? And what this should do is now go through the whole little process of probing the nozzle, then probing the switch. I didn't test my values, so let's test my values before we go any further. And we're going to do that by attaching the probe. And now we're going to manually move the printer I would go right about there, which is 20, maybe go one more. And then get it to where I can, okay, so I'm going to go one more on X. That's where I want to probe it on X. You're going to go right there on Y, so this is where we are going to probe the switch body, which is 284.203. 284.203. Or 203.284. So Z calibration, how close was I? 284.203. It would have worked. It would have worked, but I was real close. One more time. Go back here. Now I'm confident. Let's get home QGL and then Z Calibrate, and then I can bring Charlie over and we can wrap things up. Now let's do it. So I'm going to send just a Calibrate Z, and it should run through the motions. So it's going to probe the nozzle first. Now it's going to go grab the probe, and it's going to go probe the switch body. And then it's going to go probe the middle of the bed. Now, one of the points that you want to pay attention to when you read this information here on the Z Calibrate is this is the last operation you do. You don't home after this. Otherwise, it clears the Z offset. So, but what you would do now is you can print, and then you can adjust your baby stepping or whatever you want to call it, and note how much you adjusted that, and then go in to your switch offset in the Z Calibrate and adjust that. Now, if you notice, I mean, I put this comment here, but it's listed here. He explains what direction to in this documentation. He explains which direction that value goes to move the nozzle. But I put a comment in that tab that I just closed on accident that says which direction to go, just to remind myself. This does not, correct me if I'm wrong, but you can't use the save, the probe offset save. It's not, it ignores that. It ignores your Z offset at this point. So you have to edit that Z Calibrate file in order to change that. So with that, let's wrap this up. We've been going 4 hours and 11 minutes. Open for any questions. Oh, I'll switch camera over and bring Mr. Sleepyhead over here. How often do you have to Z calibrate? As long as you keep a consistent startup procedure, how long you're heat soaking, all that kind of stuff, then it should stay the same. There are other things that you can mess with, like some of the frame compensation, frame temperature compensation stuff that might help to make that easier. But that's a subject for a different stream. Oh, I disturbed him. He needs to be woken up. So, yeah. Yeah, this camera doesn't have the frame rate, and it's got to be I mean, it's all settings. It's all me learning these settings. You're welcome, MHX. Here, you want them in there? Let's go there. What are the advantages of the other docking solutions? Will it adjust the Z offset according to the layer line? i.e. 0.1 layer will have a lower value than 0.4 layer. That should set by your first layer height. What are you chewing on? He found a wire tie. You don't need to go there. Yeah, the picture quality I'm liking. It looks good. What are the advantages of the other docking solutions? I haven't tried any of the other ones. I still so my preference is still I like the Euclid hardware better. But I think for currently, and this is fixable by the Euclid guys, but I think currently the macro setup and stuff like that is a little more friendly on the Klicky. But I run Euclid on the Green V2 here, and I'm going to install one on a Trident, so I'll have one of each on each type of printer. So Freckle, €5. Great stream. I'm sure the supervisor approves. No, he doesn't, because if he had his way, I'd be sitting at my computer and he'd be laying on my lap. Charlie is never nasty. He is not. I mean, you've seen me. I mean, he does not get angry. I can scratch the belly. He does not get angry. He's a tolerant cat. See ya, Jeff. KB, Charlie is 14 and a half. He'll be 15 in June. But yeah. Yeah, he wants all the attention all the time, which gets irritating sometimes. I gotta look here instead of here. Chat is right here. OBS is over here. Camera's here. So next week we step away from this finally. So it's been, what has it been, 10, 11 streams on that, but we got through everything. I printed, like I showed at the beginning of the stream, I printed that articulated dragon on it. I'm really pleased with it. So now it's just a matter of using it. I'm gonna probably play around with a different design for this that'll hopefully fit over that. I do have the display turned to me, but I'm still not used to all this. I need to learn to talk here, read here, and then talk here. He's not purring at the moment, but he does purr often. But yeah, he is doing well. Just hope he stays that way. Oh. So I think my next thing is I'm going to go out and work on the workbench. So hopefully right here along this back wall is where I'm going to put this. It's 3 feet wide and 2 feet deep. And I should be able to print. I think I can fit 4 printers on it. That's going to go there because I never opened this garage door. So, and that'll free up some workspace here so I can have a little more room to spread out when I'm working on stuff. Charlie is my cat, or I'm his person. He tolerates the rest of the family. Next week will be fun. Working on Switchwire next week because it's not a Like this was, let's go through and build this kit, this printer. Let's go through all the little things, go through all the steps. Switchwire is just, I want to work on it. I want to get it back up and running. I'm not quite sure what that's going to take because it's been so long since I messed with it. So hopefully that goes over well. Make a teleprompt with the chat on. Beyond that, other projects we still have. One day I'll get to the 3D Sets RC build, but I also want to rebuild my blue V0. So get that up to V0.1 with a few mods, I think, going on to it. So. Glasses like Zach Friedman. That guy's funny. The guy's talent with words and phrasing he's very entertaining. So. Belted Z on the V0. No, I think I'll stick with the lead screw, but I'm probably going to do the cool Trident inspired skirts, and I've got I got one of these Honey Badger high preload rails I'm going to try. Stuff like that. So, with that, I want to thank you again. Everybody who donated, thank you. Everybody who's here, thank you. 2.4 R2 release soon, hopefully. A few more things need to be done. But with all of that, I thank everybody again, and we will see you next weekend. Bye. Where's the button?